Hello, everybody. Welcome back to another great episode. Or, not really episode, but stream. Talking like I'm on YouTube right now, but these videos will be on YouTube at some point. But welcome to another amazing stream of the great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Part 3! Good lord, this game. We're about to do one of the cases that I actually haven't done in a while, so I don't really remember much of it. But hey, that means that this is gonna be like semi-blind, because I don't know what the hell I'm gonna be doing. Alright then, well, let us get to it. Let's get off this screen. Pull up the game! There we are. Alright, well. As we can see here, we're about to start the adventure of the Runaway Room. Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. Well, I know that you guys are excited, so let us begin. That's the wrong button, Cameron. Yes, let us begin presses no instead of yes. Oh, dang, this is off to a great start. Yes, let's start playing. Yep, the adventure of the Runaway Room.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter.
Hi, Yami.
A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude, the beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together."
Okay, so we got some insight here. And more animation! Yay!
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives.
Yes, Herlock Sholmes again. Sholmes is everywhere.
This country is incredible.
But also, I gotta say, the visuals of this game are freaking beautiful. Oh, look at all the people! All the horses without eyeballs.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
Well, if London is like this, I wanna go. It's so pretty. This is also so pretty. So we're in the Lord Chief Justice's office. Let's get into it. Susato is surprised. What an incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. I mean, it kinda is. You're basically inside of a giant clock. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they've only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. Oh, you haven't been to London before, Yami? Well, if you go, tell me what it's like. Tell me what it's like, because it must be amazing. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. Wait, so Japanese buildings are built from wood and paper? No wonder they're so pretty, and probably so light. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to differences than just construction materials. Yeah, the giant gears up there. What is this place again? Oh, thank you, Yami. I will appreciate the pics. This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time, if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. Yep, still F in the chat for Kazuma, because this was supposed to be his moment to shine, and we're just taking it. I feel bad. But we're not gonna let his dream die. We can't let his dream die. He wanted to be here in Britain, so we're gonna do that for him. No. So instead, we're here in a different capacity. As envoys, to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So, we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yep, that's what we're gonna do. Yes, which means you need the... Oh god, words. Visit qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here. To have you officially recognized as a lawyer. Heck yeah! I want to be a lawyer. After playing all the Ace Attorney games, I really actually want to get into law, but also, it'll probably not work out the exact same way, and I'd probably look really stupid trying to be a lawyer in Ace Attorney circumstances. But hey, you never know. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I'm up to scratch. Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Oh, hi. Okay, this man right here. Gotta say, he's also pretty cool. Gotta love him, too. Oh. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Dang, that's really specific. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we were standing around with nothing much to do. No, Yami, this is not a JoJo reference. No, there are no JoJo references here. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. Mr. Strongheart. Gotta say still, he's pretty cool. I'm holding my urge to fangirl because I kind of like him. He's kind of cool. I like him. Ugh, and I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't be a mouse. Oh. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Naruhodo, stop yelling at him. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. The way this man just extended his arms and the birds came out, that's the best part about him. Ah, yes, thank you. So we have the opportunity to present something to him, examine the area, or converse with him. Let's talk. Tell me about London, Mr. Strongheart. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, help! Somebody help, please! I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city! Ah, Naruhodo. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh. We had a wonderful view of some London streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. No, Yami, there are no JoJo references here. Oh, wait, no, not the home screen. Ah, everybody's been seeing what I've been playing, no. I must say, I'm almost at a loss for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. Alright, Yami, alright. The city boasts tramways, piped water, and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. I'd be astounded too back then. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes. There's much excitement about the upcoming Great Exhibition we'll be hosting here in London. Great Exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. Oh, that sounds cool. It's almost like a giant science fair, but for adults. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Ooh, dang. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. This man is just amazing in more ways than one. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. No, Yami, there will not be. I swear there will not. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Law students. Let's tell them we are the law student. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government had already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. Yep. Naruhodo, welcome. I'm sorry, Yami, but I can't lie to you about that kind of stuff and just say that's gonna be there when it's not. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours, be it words. I can't speak. I can't English. Oh, thank you. And you honor this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that that's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of your young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? Well, hey, at least he's respectful of the women. He's not going to immediately cut her off and say, no women here. When do women get to speak? We don't get to hear that nonsense. It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo? This is it then. The moment of truth. Oh, good lord. Alright, continuing the study tour. The thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart, my apologies. I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Yes, there is. Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. And that was Mr. Asogi. At least, that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all, is it? No, it's not, because you're stumbling over your words, just like how I do. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo! I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there's someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's me! Me! It's me. I can do it. Is that so? This was going so well, and now you decided to freeze on up. I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer. Oh, yes, Yami, please do send me pictures. I enjoy looking at pictures of food, as does anybody. I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me. And I was the accused. But glossing over the details, I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was aboard the SS Bura. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. Oh, well that sucks. I realize it's far too short of a period of time. You think? You only had 50 days when you need a university degree and you need like years of training? That's something right there. But I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on the study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. Amen. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to send me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. What? Really? That was 31 seconds? Goodness. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. So this man is all about being timely. Well, that explains why we are inside of a giant clock office. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Osogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Yes, of course. Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? It probably did. Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail, it's entirely down to you. Thank you, Strongheart. Really? So, let's talk about what our test is going to be. What are we going to be doing to prove that we are a lawyer? So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Oh, we're just gonna get thrown right into the action. Awesome. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? Rhymes! Yay! That even rhymed. Perfect. If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Well, you're a Naruhodo. Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. Ah, I remember. It's a murder trial. How every Ace Attorney game starts. The main character gets immediately thrown into a murder trial. What more could you ask for, right? A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. I can't lose, or I won't lose? That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will, of course, be sentenced to the capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Oh, right. This is placed back in the 1800s, I believe. So of course he's gonna be put to death. Of course, it's a normal thing. Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We'll be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. Okay, this is the one time where I'm actually going to say the Strongheart is very, very... Ooh, what's the word for a guy like him? He's willing to put somebody else's life on the line and have a newly fledged lawyer defend him? Goodness me. Okay, Britain. Let's do... But you can't do that. Can you? I mean, he is the Lord Chief Justice. He will do whatever he wants with the law. There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die, depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see it through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you. Now, what's it going to be? Well, we have to make this hard decision. Are we going to mess with a man's life, or are we going to just let it go? Do I agree to this absurd test? You know what? As much as I want to say that we won't, we have to for Kazuma. For Kazuma! Alright then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it! I can't get the words out! Goodness gracious. Ryunosuke, I am not ever going to ask you to be my lawyer, because I swear. 15 seconds. Your decision-making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. I'm sorry. So, it's as I suspected, isn't it? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. That's not it at all, I swear. I swear that's not what it is. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. What? No! I was about to say yes! You butthole! Go and acquire your ticket for the passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but what could I do? It's alright. I understand. You do? Oh, at least Susato's not mad at us. It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Mr. Sato means is that no matter how badly I like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure that the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Amen to that. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh? Was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that... I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. Oh, so this wasn't just a test of, hey, I'm gonna get rid of this other lawyer that you have. There's literally nobody to defend him. Well, now we gotta defend him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful! But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? You can't provide me with a straight answer, can you, Strongheart? Please don't expect an answer to every question. Oh. Okay. Okay. My apologies. Okay. cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope? Okay, I'm just gonna say that he probably just turned the tables on me. He just said, oh, well, you see, since you already, well, you know, just declined my first offer of doing this as a test, why don't I just really tell you the God honest truth? There is nobody here for this man, and you're the only hope we have. So, what do you say now, madam? Me? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. And I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves! He's gone. Yep, he faded out of existence. The Old Bailey. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Yep, let's go. We gotta go to the Old Bailey. The courthouse time! Yay! Ooh, it's nice in here. Oh, thank goodness. We're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage would go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver. And there's a... What is that? A guinea? A guinea in it for you? It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. Of course, Susato is the Herlock Sholmes fangirl. Same here, girl, same here. I'll fight you for him, though. If you have a crush on him, I'll fight you for him. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die, and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. You better be lucky you're so cute, Susato. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even there's room for defendants to wait in is grand. Yep, it's nice. It's got a nice red couch in there. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of the foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. I mean, it kind of almost looks exactly the same, just a little bit more brighter. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes. Whoever the man you're going to defend is, I imagine he is feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you! Oh god, no, I'm not gonna do that to you guys, I'm sorry. Top of the morning to you, madam. Sir. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. What are you doing following me here? Things are fairly desperate, aren't they? Okay, so... Surprise, this guy. I don't like him either. If you really look at him hard enough, it looks like Willy Wonka and an Oompa Loompa got together and had a baby. And it came out looking like that. Ugh. And also, this man has an Irish accent, I'm guessing. I'm just guessing. Do not quote me on that. And I mean, if he does, hey, I'm kind of part Irish, so we're kind of the same boat here. Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are yous? We're from Japan, yes. Ah, Japan is it? Right. Say no more. So, how much do you need? Excuse me? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, none to eat, barely a penny to your name. And all while in a strange faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. Tis grand, tis grand. Are you flashing your rings in my face, good sir? Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000? Please, Mrs. Sato, you don't have to shout. How much is 1,000 of those? But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? 'Tis nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see? I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly set such a large sum of money. Ah! That hit me in the eye! I can't see! Good sir, you're throwing your money on me. I should be offended by that, but part of me is not. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you. No strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, 'tis a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So this is the person we're going to be defending, our defendant. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. Oh, or a ting. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. Well, no, of course he wasn't. He's the Lord Chief Justice. We can trust him. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Butter and blazes! Do yous not know who I am? Me? One of London's biggest names? No. I don't. No, sorry, we've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park there, in the center of London, is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? 'Tis called Me Gilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. An entire park in central London? A city of smiles. That's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city, and its queer old people. So this is the name of our defendant, Magnus McGilded. Again, still kind of looks a little bit like Willy Wonka, but okay. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. But... Oh, good sir, you look very ugly. I hate to say it, but you look disgusting. I really don't like Mr. McGilded. He's very, very something. Now they have the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. What's the matter with the London police, I ask you? All right, now, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo, perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea, Susanto. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'd do our best. What was I after, saying, you daffy cheat? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering just to stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This Chancellor fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why in the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? That's actually a good question. If you have so much money and you're this rich, why don't you just buy a lawyer? Because he did it. That's the only explanation. Well, exactly, you're guilty. That's not what I was thinking at all, but okay. Not at all, although it is a little strange, to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That would be the fault of the Reaper. The Reaper, you say? Sorry? Did he just say Reaper? The Grim Reaper? Aye, the Grim Reaper. Oh, wow, you weren't kidding. The Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Barak van Zijk, or Zeeks. I keep on pronouncing his name wrong because for some reason, the saying Van Zeeks sounds really awkward. I always call him Van Zykes. But Van Zeeks, he's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? Good God, this case is going to end horribly. When Van Zeeks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. Interesting. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? So it's reached the desperate situation, where there's no one willing to stand defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Barak van Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor, then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel? That would be me. Yep. Oh, 'tis the time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you showed your face here, I'd made up me mind, so I had... Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? Ryunosuke, I don't want you to even say how would that have worked. Because you defended yourself. But then you made an appearance, a student of law, which, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate! So don't get cold feet now, please. I still hate you. I literally know nothing about the case, or this man who stands the accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo, the man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Which he kinda should, because I don't like him. Yes, something that Cosmo would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. Ryunosuke, you need some confidence. Oh man. Welcome to the courtroom. The the Old Bailey courtroom. Oh my god, it's so pretty in here. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different than the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? Oh, good man. Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. Ryunosuke, chill. You gotta calm down. I get it that this is a new place, but your eyeballs are darting all over the place. It said, oh god, I don't know what to do. I'm scared. Susato, hold me. I know, but I just can't help it. Another glory beard! That man's beard, he looks like Santa. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. Oh my gosh. Okay, Van Zeeks, gotta say, he's probably next to Sholmes. Him and Sholmes share like my top spot for my favorite character, but there's something about this man right here that makes me lose my mind. He's so pretty! Okay, fangirling, hold your fangirling, Cameron. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. He really does, but that's what I love about him. Counsel for the defense. You appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Oh my god, so pretty. Okay. Those eyes please me, Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Sir, I would let you sacrifice me. Ugh, a cold shiver just ran down my spine and to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunities to the young. I have to stop trying to do an Irish accent because it's not working. But for some reason, whenever I read his voice, it comes out like that. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East, is it not the British way to ignore the dangers to see yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I'd like to think that the acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded. What a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, may we please go play in McGilded Park? It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's what they want you to think, Susato. That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and a most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Ha! Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. You seem like a murderer in the making, flipping around that knife. She has nothing to say. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. I must finish these mitts for my grandson. I love this little old lady. I love old people. They're so cute. The elderly are like the best type of people that you can have. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, those people are... The jury. Yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentences according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdicts? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes. Prosecutor Van Zieks. My lord. It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. Good lord, you are famous with me, though. One of my cousins absolutely loves this guy. And so do I, so I'll fight her for him. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. 5 years? You've been gone for 5 years and you now decide to come back? So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstances of which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. Why is he so elegant in everything that he does? So the Reaper had been out of action for 5 years? Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. We must be the only ones in here who aren't aware. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks, known in the community as Thrice Fired Mason. Sorry? Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired was said to be almost indestructible. Oh, that's a grim sight. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus, in service on the streets of London at the time. This man got murdered in a bus? Goodness. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here is the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. So we have the autopsy report and the photograph of the crime scene. Yes, Yami, welcome back. And woo, glorious beard. You have missed a lot. But welcome back. We're glad to have you here. So I will do a quick little comeback, or what's it called? Oh, well, I'll figure out the words later. Also, glorious picture. That looks delicious. Thank you. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are their gloves, Your Honor. Those are gloves, mister. Good Lord! Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. I'm sorry, guys, whenever I pause, whenever he starts speaking. I just cannot stop looking at his face. Look at this glorious man! Cameron, stop with your fangirling, stop. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. Oh, what? Mr. McGilden's gloves had blood on them? Oh my god, Mr. McGilden is so short. Good lord, he's so short. Yes, I will accept these into evidence as well. The defendant's leather gloves have been entered into the court record. How did I get into this? Well, before we do anything else, let's look over this stuff. So, we have an armband. Oh, this is Kazuma's armband, because his name is on it. Oh, Kazuma! Kazuma, I miss you. Okay, sorry. So, we have our autopsy report. Thrice-fired Mason, age 54. Good lord, 54? Occupation, brickmaker. The time and cause of death, the 15th of February, 10 p.m. to 11 p.m. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife while journeying in an omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from trauma. Okay, so stab and dead. Okay, makes sense. The crime scene, yep, that's a stab right to the abdomen. It's a stab right to the abdomen. I feel bad for you, Mr. Thrice Fired. And the defendant's gloves. Let's look at these things. Yep, that's blood. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No. By the way, is Mr. McGilden right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand earlier. Yeah, he was. He was flipping that coin in his right hand. Pity. If only he had been left-handed. I think that blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. Going over this man's gloves one more time just to see. We already examined the blood, so we don't need to do that again. Looking inside, outside. Nothing seems to be wrong with these. I'm backed into a corner before I've even started. Continuing. Oh, you elegant man. Okay. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. Yes, Yami, there's blood. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilden. The way that this man just pointed was the sassiest thing I've ever seen. That man pointed in the sassiest way possible. He said, yes, you right there. I love it. Huh? Ooh? Well, rather damning circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you? I don't like you. You disgust me. Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilden? To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening, but whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it. I love it too, Yami. I love it too. Are you claiming to have been asleep? 'Tis the motion of the carriage, me lord. Or my lord, sorry. Litton, so it is. And when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me, the body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in my life. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, or me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got on his glove then after the man had been killed? Unfortunately. That statement of the driver's is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? Okay, I'll shut up. I'm sorry. There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. That lady is typing so fast on her typewriter. She said, "Just type. Order! Order!" When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. And there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. Sassy. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. That was majestic. Oh, that man looks cold. Witnesses, your names and occupation. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. I'm so cold I can't even speak. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. You're a banker in the city. Your name is Fairplay. Are you supposed to be a Monopoly reference? Because you kind of look a little bit like a younger version of Mr. Monopoly. My name is First. Lady First. Lady. This man's name is also a pun. Mr. Lady First. Ladies first. Oh, I love it. I make hats for gents. So your name is Lady First and you make hats for gentlemen? I love this man's name. I love his name and everything that he stands for. Oh, God, hold on. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witnessed to the incident. Is that correct? I gotta stop giggling. I'm a biggly gitch. We're gonna call it that. Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well, then. Let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. So let's get into it. We got our first witness testimony in Britain. What the witnesses saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the omnibus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. I couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and I saw it too. That man has a whip. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel? Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside of a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses have possibly seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of a moving carriage. Ryunosuke, you're making a fool of yourself. How quaint. I'd read that civilization in the eastern island nation was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant? What, ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you ever traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? A carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably, you understand that much? Yes, of course. The omnibus in which the bloody crime took its place is here today, in this very building. You bought an entire bus in here. Here. What? The entire carriage? Bailiff. Bring forth the stricken omnibus. Holy crap, he wasn't kidding. He was not kidding when he said there was a whole... There's a whole bus in here. There is a whole bus. So, that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. Ah! 4 passengers seated inside the closed cabin and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views from the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guest that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Ah, a skylight. Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That's how they came to witness the grim incident. Through the skylight. Ugh! That makes perfect sense. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I had never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Sir, with you bowing to me like that, you could do whatever you want. Bring whatever you want to this courtroom. I don't care. Do it. Do it, I dare you. Let me fix my toupee real quick. Very well. I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. The omnibus has been entered into the court record. So yes, we could actually look inside the omnibus, which we might want to do that real quick. Oh my, look at this. Glory bus. Wait. Oh, well, isn't this a reference? The Phoenix Wright Omnibus. Oh my gosh. Is this like confirmation of where Ryunosuke got the name for his own son? Because that is a thing. I believe that Ryunosuke is the ancestor or technical father of Phoenix Wright, I believe. It's either he's the father or the grandfather, but all I know is that if this is where he got the name for his own child after a omnibus that has to do with a murder, I love that. I absolutely love it. 10 out of 10 naming your child after stuff. Oh, I remember, honey. Didn't we do something about an omnibus? What was it called again? The Phoenix Wright? Ah, yes. I love that name. The Phoenix Wright. That would be the name of our son. So, if we look above, we can actually see on top. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London street from up here. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? And they have to pay money to do so? I can imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder. It's horrible. Oh, I don't like that. There's blood on that seat. That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victim's, obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark. And there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see a thing outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Exactly, Yavi, that's what it is. Mom, Dad, why'd you guys name me Phoenix Wright? Oh, honey, your mother and I actually worked on a case where there was an omnibus called the Phoenix Wright. And if I'm correct, I believe that it's said that in the lore of this game, that Susato and Ryunosuke actually got married, and they are Phoenix's parents. If that is true, then awesome. Yes, Yami, exactly that. It's exactly that. Let's look. Ooh, there's a compartment. The seat has a handle, it seems. Ooh! What's in there? What's in there? This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. So it's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep things he has, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any spaces for passengers to stow away their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine that would be very convenient for that purpose anyways. So this compartment underneath to Phoenix Wright omnibus. Yami, please stop, please. Okay, let's keep on looking around. There's the door, there's the floor, there's the skylight, windows, the notice. What about the skylight? What do you have to say about the skylight? It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or a catch of any description. So I suppose it can be opened from the inside of the cabin at least. It can't be opened from the inside. Okay. Can't be opened from the inside. Perfect. Well, at the moment, I don't believe that there's anything else of interest in here, so we are gonna get out. Let's get out of here. And the door closes too. Awesome. But yes, this is a cute Easter egg. I like that. I like that. So we've seen parts of the omnibus. Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. It could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it is here. Let's continue with the proceedings then. Your cross-examination, counsel? Pray, don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. All right, my first cross-examination in a British court. Smack them cheeks. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus! So, cross-examination. What the witnesses saw. So, Beppo. remember it well. Beppo is freezing. This man's nose is so red. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. Well, I mean, hey, wait a minute. That doesn't seem right. If they were sitting right next to each other, wouldn't the knife have gone in through this side? I don't know if this is the right evidence, but...
Objection!
Nope, that wasn't it! Wait! That reveals a damning inconsistency to that last statement. Damning, you say? As I look at you, counsel, I see your trembling hand, your pallid expression, and your perspiring brow. Huh? It seems to me that is what the damning inconsistency. Ah, no! Ah, I lost a life! I'm sorry, Your Honor. He has a damning tongue. Ah. I'm sorry. Maybe I should probably pressed it. Okay, that's another thing, Ace Attorney. If you ever play this game, do not present evidence unless you're 100% sure, and do not do it without pressing people. If you do not press at all, you're not going to get anything. I should have remembered that before I lost my one life. So, first fail of the entire thing. We just arrived in Britain. Hold it! Hold it! You actually saw that exact moment happen? Didn't I already testify to that? Or are fair dinkum, hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? Yes, Yami. Oh, no. I didn't mean that. This is not good. I really got his backup. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... My lord? Juror number 3? What's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like these stinking rich. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. Wait! Well, here we go. There's no point in wasting time listening to any more of this. This is my opinion on the matter, anyways. Hold it! This is precisely what I was about to say. Oh, come on! As the foreman of the jury, it is my duty to set a good example for my fellow jurors. What is happening here? Let me see. Ah, yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Exactly! Why are they shooting fireballs? Apparently, yes. White for innocence and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw moments ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean, let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Yep, so that's the whole thing here. The British court is different from the Japanese court because you do not have the jury. The jury is what decides the fate of this entire case. And I've already made 2 of them angry. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare. This is a nightmare! He stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Hold it! Why did you scream? He stabbed him, you say. And you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I had been thinking about the new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly, that huge great knife. A grim sight indeed. Ah! That didn't help me at all! That lady is polishing the desk. This other one is typing really fast. This guy's talking to the old lady. The old lady's listening and still smiling like a cutie. Exactly, I mean, they're not for fire. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First. Oh, yes, sir? Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief! Yes, that's it. That's the very one, sir. Is that? Yes, Counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. Vampire lingo. Love it. That's a blade of considerable size, Counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is embellished prominently with a certain initial. The letters M, which seems oddly familiar. Ugh! Please, don't do it! Senpai, no! Senpai, please! M for Magnus, perhaps, or McGilded. Possibly. Take your pick. Neither! It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
Weak. But there are M's everywhere. Like, yes, like in Mason.
Objection!
That objection was amazing. Okay. This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No. This is a weapon of murder. Almost certainly belongs to the accused. Ugh! Senpai, why? Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, Counsel. The murder weapon! My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Ah, juror number 2. Go on. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman's word should be scanned. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to do? Dispose of rubbish. Great, this is not going good at all. No! I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in position to draw the only logical conclusion. Lady, no! Wait! Not again! That's 4 out of 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need is more than anything at the moment is new information. We're still very much in the dark. Yes, Yami, I am screwed. I suppose I'll have to just keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... Alright, I'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. So, while we're here, before I get screwed even more, let's just look at the murder weapon. That is an M. And it's well, yep, this definitely is Mr. McGilded's because it's beautifully gilded. Ah, what is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. That could change everything. A W? Yes, this is one of those, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know at all, but what I am sure of is that this is an M. Oh, well, that idea was quickly quashed. My apologies. Can we open it? That part is the sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry. Yes, I just don't really like blades. Oh. Those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. Exactly, right. I forgot. We took... In the last case, Susato told us to take Kazuma's sword and actually keep it with us to keep his spirit alive. So, yeah, let's... Love that. That's not a blade. That's Kazuma's soul. Exactly. How dare you just call Kazuma's soul a mere blade, Susato? I am offended. Anyway, there's no sense of delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Ooh, there's only blood at the tip. Ugh, looks like a lot of blood. It surely is blood. The victim's. Ugh, an Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. No, Ryunosuke, why do you say that? It's not like every human bleeds and we all bleed red, right? Did you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. Well, I don't see anything else for this knife at the moment. Yes, Yummy. Yes, exactly. As soon as I heard the scream, let's talk to you, Mr. Beppo. What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. And by the passenger, obviously you are referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And the other passenger that had the knife in his hand, like this. By the other passenger, you obviously are referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What? That man is extremely short too. Order! Order! It's hard to believe that one of London's greatest philanthropists. But this is damning indeed. The law knows no philanthropists, my lord. Only the innocent and the guilty. Good deeds mean nothing when overshadowed by evil. The truth is everything. I couldn't agree more, sir. The truth. Alright, so when it happened, the only two people in the enclosed cabin area were the victim and the defendant, yes. And so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man I'm trying to defend do the deed. I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here. Yes, Susato, we are. Ugh. What am I supposed to think here? Is Mr. McGilded really innocent? Or could it be... Before we jump to conclusions, our first task should be to gather information. We need to understand the case much better than we do at the moment. Yes, you're absolutely right. Let's listen to those witness statements again, a little bit more carefully this time. So, let's press this guy. Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. Yes, ever so cold it was, sir. Freezing, in fact. It's so cold that you're still blowing steam. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling at the same parts of the bus, though. No. And there were no other passengers when the incident took place? Not one alighted, for example? You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No. So nobody fled the scene after the crime, then? I have to say, the boss insists on running, he does, every evening, that last bus for the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. I'm sorry that you have to freeze every single night, my guy. What do you mean by that? Well, what with being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spent that much on the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. I can't believe it, sir. Can't believe it. A murder on my own bus. It's too awful to think about. I haven't been able to shake this cold. I'm sorry. Ever since it happened. My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5? I take it that you too? As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed on one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. Oh, you've got to be kidding me! But I heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. No, wait, please! Just keep it on my mind a little... Oh, well... Great! All I have now is that sweet little old lady. Lady, please. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Oh, Ryunosuke, no. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Juror number 6, please! You sweet little old lady! Don't do anything bad to me! Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear? What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the earlier stand. Oh yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know? Then pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. Shut up, Yami! You do not understand how hard this is! There's a lovely little park just where I live, the Gilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman. I can't imagine a fine young gentleman or a young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that would stab someone, surely? Mother, may we go to the McGilded Public Library later and borrow some more books? How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know what kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of a man is he? The philanthropist, Magnus McGilded, has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with very dark souls. Yami, I'm not going to argue with you right now. What? Stone the crows? McGilded lends money to extortionate rates of interest, so victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He is a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, man. Haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that the victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It would come as to no surprise that the creditor was the accused Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day that Mr. Mason was killed, the final repayment date for his debt. Oh no! Good gracious! My toupee is sideways! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house, had not a shilling with which to repay his debt. And in the end, the pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it.
Hold it!
If I might add something briefly. Miss Susato? You claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded. But where's the evidence to support your claim? Ooh? Good sir, are you drinking during a trial? Oh. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollowed chalice in a court of law. I do not know why, but that saying is very, very attractive. Like it. Aha! There it is! The Lord Van Zeek's hollowed chalice! Oh god! Even his chalice is famous? My god, where do we go from here? How could this be considered acceptable? But I found myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard the ladies from Far East could show great courage, but I did not expect to experience it for myself. Ah! As a judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. Sir, don't you raise your chalice to me. I can't cheers you back. I'm not 21 yet. If I could, I would. Just, here, I'll take my coffee cup and cheers you back. Thank you. The debtor's ledger. So, we could read over that too. Open. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's... Yeah. Actually, I wonder. I assure you, we will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside. Ah, dang it! Sholmes doesn't owe any debts. Let's see what we can find. Let's open and page. There's a page. What a beautiful book. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness! What is it? Look at this. Do you see this name here? Bruce Fairplay? Should that name mean something to me? It doesn't sound strangely familiar. Or it does sound strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment. Oh, so Mr. Monopoly has something in here. Oh yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name on here? He borrowed 20 guineas, didn't he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. So, Mr. Fairplay, you better be paying the man his money or else you're going to lose your life too. Yes, 20 guineas. The victim owned a considerable sum. And the accused made it quite clear that he had ample recompenses. Oh, little grandma. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel! No! Grandma, no! Still. Maybe it's all for the best. Wait a minute. Let's think about this a little more before. I don't stand for nonsense. Well, game over, guys. Go home. It's all over. Go home. You can all go home now. It's over. That was it. The last juror's decision. Susato? According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That is what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. It's over! Oh! There's a footnote, though. A footnote? However, the defense... All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement to this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust here that there are no objections. Mr. Sato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law? However, the defense... What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defense is guilty, the court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. And the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summonation examination of the jurors at this point. Well, whatever that thing is, we're gonna do it because we gotta do it. A summonation of examination?
Objection!
From which century has that tome you have there been read words? Can't speak. Judging from the binding, I would say this book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an adequate procedure as mentioned. It's a relic, long forgotten, and a century no longer practiced. Okay. So you're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Mr. Sato? The so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand it, what it entails? Typical Nipponese. Mister, I don't like the way you said that, but okay. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. To do what exactly? Appeal to them to change their leanings and reverse their decisions. And it says here that, if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions? Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with the not practical benefit, really. So it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. Well, I have no respect for myself to begin with, so I'm gonna try it. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be intricated and largely forgotten, it isn't still yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, if Mr. Sato says that we should do it, let's do it! The defense wishes to assert its right to the examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. These are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe we could prove vital in this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed. The judge! This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Well, I'm not, there was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... You got a letter. All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? Yes, on what grounds? What grounds do you have to say that I'm wrong and you're right? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. Not to mention... No mention of this was made before this. I don't really hold with all this justifying malark. She's more focused on her typing, so I'm not even gonna bother with her. That seemed to have thrown off the jurors. It seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then. Examination. A defense procedure no longer practicing by... No practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for. To turn this trial around. So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most serious crime. The jurors' contentions. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it had to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. Good sir, you do not deserve to have a knife at this time. I don't trust you with anything. I have simply typed and collected all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You could trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised the prices above 4 pence for years. That scoundrel stabbing the poor man on the floor. It's beggar's belief. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I have to throw everything I can at them and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming retorts about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then they've reached their conclusion by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become. Then what on earth am I supposed to do? Yeah, Susato, tell me. Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about in British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work, then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradiction statements. If we can, then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding juror against each other. I see, so it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose that you're right. Find the contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. All right. I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. Double smack! I have to pull this off. Alright, can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Or rebuttal, my apologies. Jury examination. So, the defense's rebuttal. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I've simply typed and collected all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised the prices above 4 pence for years. Wait a minute. 4? Back. Totaling 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. But wait. If the price hasn't gone up past 4 pence for 4 passengers, wouldn't it only come up to like 16? Yeah, wait a minute. I'm right about that. Hold on.
Objection!
Hey, you two, talk about it. Those 2 statements are clearly contradict each other. They do? Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear on Silver Blaze's mane and name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right, I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare from the omnibus is always 4 pence. That is a fair and convenient single price. Just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. Literally, it doesn't. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man? Why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible there was another passenger we've heard nothing about. Good gracious! Good lord, man! This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men, one and all. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures you coachmen claim is most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is fallacy. I beg your pardon, madam? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he let a nefarious character ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the innocent side of the set of sails. Now hold your horses there, coachman! We're all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo! So we got 1 innocent! Yay! This is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. We got 2! Oh my gosh, we're doing it! For the love of Mike, not you as well. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think that it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it! If we can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. 2 more. Actually, there is something else that's been bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Then that's where you must strike next. So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show another contradiction to their assertions. Or their assertions. Exactly. You can do it. Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your I can't pronounce words, I'm sorry guys. Examination. Continue on with the jury examination, that's what we're gonna call it. Yep, and every single time they change their leaning, they'll actually say something different. I'm changing my leaning to innocent. I should like to hear what the Slipshood bookkeeper has to say for himself. And what does this guy say? Grr, Beppo, this trial has to continue so I can get to the bottom of this corruption. Not guilty, I say. So he stuck the guy like this. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It's big. Well, there we go. Juror number 6 and juror number 3.
Objection!
Those 2 statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel. Post haste. Oh, dearie me. I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What's all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment where the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can't you see that I'm busy here? Oh, his knife got stuck. How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ha! Want to test me, do you? It was like this! Stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. Just like the prim banker said. Sir, I'm afraid for you to even have a knife on the stand. You might accidentally stab juror number 4. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do you for, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move. Take a look at these 2 jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches. What a muddle. That's a good line. Bless my stitches. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility that one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh. But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet. But what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. Yay, Granny! The scales. I don't believe it. It's an even. Hold it. Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer, using magic on us all. Good sir, you sound stupid. And probably so do I. Answer me this, dark jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What if the 2 witnesses have slightly different recollections of the events? What of it? Let's say, Shylock didn't stab the victim. did stop the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let us say the victim collapsed on the floor, and the Shylock stabbed him again, and the old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, Well, clearly you didn't read that autopsy report. Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you. They're ready to kill each other now. I love that. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did the two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime? Nope. Out of the question. Absolutely not. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you dark jinx? Come on, out with it! What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What? What are you talking about, man? How could you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you're saying it's out of the question, then show me some proof. I'll show you some proof, alright. Looks like the only way I'm going to convince them is to present him with some evidence. Something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime, and it's proven by the autopsy. One single stab. This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what is written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses couldn't have possibly seen it happen two different times. Alright, I concede defeat. We did it! Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leading to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won! Oh, that little Susanto's little victory is so cute. She said, "Wee." What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had consensus. I said, shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Mister, why are you licking that knife? Why are you licking it like that? Sir, I don't like the way you are licking that blade. No blade should ever be licked. Especially like that. That's just... This makes me uncomfortable. This makes me highly uncomfortable to look at, but I'm still looking at it. Why? Please tell me that he's a barber. Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's jury examination work, again, I have to remember, we're going to call it the jury examination, has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate. The trial must continue! Yay! We did it! I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. So, Lauren Van Zieks, continue to sustain the case for the prosecution, if you please. More wine, because heck yeah. Delicious. Oh! Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hollowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zieks! Is it cold in here, or is it just me? No, it's just him. Ooh. As your inadequate tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during the jury examination, so I honored a deadly silence and listened to the charade. It seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as self-evident truth, it would seem. No. And why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. And the cape comes off, yes! Bring forth the witnesses once more! This man is so majestic! I'm fangirling so much. I deeply apologize, guys. I'm sorry. This is what I normally do. I always fangirl. I trust you heard the jury examination we just had to endure. Oh, yes, sir. I did, sir. Of course I heard it. Oh, yes, sir. I heard it. You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beppo? Yes, sir. My lord, sir. If it transpires that in your previous testimony that you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh, mio Dio. Now then, witnesses, I hereby call you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's jury examination. Various misgivings. I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear it. But, well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fiddles on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw Mr. McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. You think so? And also, good sir, you raised the price? Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom 5th passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little coinsage. Beppo, explain yourself! I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. The Guild's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold, and the last one of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I'm sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo! A disgrace! And you and your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. 10? What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each. Yes, that's 20 pence. Oh, God. I'm still surprised about that man that had to pay 10. That man had to pay 10 just last week? Yeah, I guess. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. I will continue on. More cross-examination time for the misgivings. Hold it! Yep, tell us, Beppo. You didn't charge in the standard. Yep, that's correct. It is. It's impossible to make the last one of the day pay. I was so cold, all I could do to stop myself... It was all I could do to stop myself from passing out. Oh, whoa, dang. It was terrible, so I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here, my guy. If only there had been a fifth passenger on the omnibus that night. Then we would have another suspect. So you were told that you had to pay 5. The blood-curdling sight. This blood-curdling sight, you mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man at the moment his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Good gracious! Really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed? That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the baker next to me take a sharp intake of breath. See? That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw the horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. I see a knife now. I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands.
Hold it!
Are you 100% sure about that, Mr. Fairplay? Fair play, fair play. So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before, this was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only the two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There's been much talk of a fifth passenger, but as yet, zero evidence. Then what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white, the man's guilty. Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was.
Hold it!
So, you said you think you saw. Earlier you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding a knife as an ice pick grip. I suppose. I might have, yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe? What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horse when I heard the scream from the seats of the route. I expect that was me, sir. Then when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes, and the fellow holding it at the handle was that famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the second.
Truth!
Sir, are you okay? You're biting your cane and bending it.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment that fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? Exactly, are you asking or telling, my guy? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment when the crime was committed? Some days are like that. Well, I suppose some days are like that. Sooner or later, you'll see something you wish you hadn't. If you're always peeping through a skylight on the top of an omnibus. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember as clear as Ballarat Day. Or Ballarat Day. It was a grim scene. I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me, I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I could do that, all right. I'll tell you just how grim it was. You better. Tell me. Do you think I forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man? Blood-soaked hands? Blood-soaked? Well, perhaps soaked is laying it on a little thick, but anyways, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. And you saw this from the roof? Through the skylight? Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on inside the carriage as well, so I'm sure of what I saw. Is Banker's latest statement? I feel sure there's something not quite right about it. You're right, there is something not quite right about it. Oh, I know what I'm looking for, Susato. We managed to keep our chances, and now we just gotta keep on going. So, Mr. Fairplay has already brought out one thing, and his new statement has enlightened me to something. Oh, don't worry, I already pursued them, Susato. So let's go over to Mr. Fairplay's other statement. So he's saying that both of his hands were soaked in blood, but the gloves.
Objection!
Blood-soaked hands? Well, I admit that soak might be laying it on a little thick, but anyways, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them are covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilden, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. But there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Arr! And now he's nibbling on his cane. Dude, you're gonna break your teeth. You and your Wario mustache. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. Gah! But no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here, then. That's right. You were quite clear about it. You said, it was both hands. Oh my god, this entire case is turning out great. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
Yes, sir. It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. That was also sassy right there. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means that there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Yeah! Why? Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the golden standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of the society don't prevaricate? He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely. Something to show that this man has a reason to lie. Oh, yep, there's a reason. There is one good reason for him to lie to try to get Mr. McGilden dead. My lord? Yes, counsel? The defense is ready to present evidence. Not like that, Cameron. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had a reason to lie in his testimony. Gah! Very well. I hereby call upon the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court. The debtor's ledger. This is a list of debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Gotcha. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No. Well, it's barely worth being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas, not an inconsiderable sum of money, would you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claim in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw? In a dubious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? Gah! Gah! So that seems to be the case. Ordar! 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 Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes? My Lord Kane. Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Nom 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 nom. That's his answer. That's his answer. His nomming is his answer. His num 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 num. Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. All right, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth in a pinch. But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilded's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. Grr. So you keep saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself. As it happens. Seeing what? What'd you see? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What? And you're telling us this now, Mr. Lady First? It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all of you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did see and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yes, num 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 num. Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. So, next witness testimony. What the witnesses really saw. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard that scream. Anyways, the fact remains, there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold. In truth of the fact, none of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. Grr, that much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's really not what testimony is about, though. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is certainly visible on the seats, corroborating the witnesses' accounts. In other words, there is no substantial nor significant change in the facts of this case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. My lord, my lady. Alright. Let's see what we can dig up. There's blood on both hands of the assailant, and I sincerely and distinctly remember... Hold it! I did not mean to press that, but okay. No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the day or the night in question. Well, I'm aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw, and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands. He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit he might be mistaken about what he saw. But why? Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guilty from the accused's fingers. Well, I never. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment. Hold it! You think? Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of a fundamental importance, as well as you know. But for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could have possibly done it. It just tried to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? How'd you hope to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? That's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the derby, that's all. I was going to win that all back. There's a fixture this weekend. That's a sure thing. A little guinea or 10. I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. I think you may have revealed a rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. These witnesses' scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is this really how that's supposed to work? I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. Hold it! You definitely saw that too? Blood on both hands? Yes, sir. I mean, I know you're going to say only one of Mr. McGilden's gloves has any sight of blood on it. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilden sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both of his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark-colored stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused in the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on McGilden's gloved hands. There wasn't blood on his hands? This is puzzling indeed. This must be significant somehow. I'm sure of it. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard that scream. So there's something about this statement that's actually important. Is there something inside the omnibus, the Phoenix Wright omnibus, that can help us? Yep, let's go in. Hurry up, please. Hold on, guys. I have to use my big brain to figure this out. Actually, let's go back and go press these guys because I'm trying to figure this out and my brain hurts. So let's go back to pressing. Something important is there. What about you, Beppo? What do you have to say about this, Beppo? You didn't see anything? Oh yes, sir. That's to say, no, sir, I didn't. I'm very sorry about what I said before. Very sorry, yes. It was very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir? I know what you're insinuating, but certainly I wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sir. I saw nothing at all. Mr. Beppo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? Oh, please. You didn't even see that? It was so cold that night. You see, all I could do was I could keep myself from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry to say it. No wonder your nose is so red. It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service to London's cold winter nights. Beppo! Ah! I'm sorry. Leave Beppo alone. He's not hurting anybody.
Hold it!
F in the chat for Beppo. And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus? That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember. I was shivering. It was so bitter. But rather back to the question as to why the pair of you were sitting on the roof in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh? Why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened up the door. It was locked? That's right. It's a public bus. It's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Okay, Mr. Fair Play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you, I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring, long and hard. And that precisely is why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if anyone else were inside if anyone else was inside that cabin at all, we would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. They might not have been able to see everything. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events of the cabin through the skylight on the floor on the upper deck. Is that correct? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied. That at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger enclosed in the cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that the potential extra passenger could have been situated? Well, be over here. Or, wait, no, that's not right. It would be over here. Correct? Wait, no. I'm getting my rights and left. Why? How do you? I mean, technically, if you were looking down from this angle, you would be able to see this, so I guess it would be over here.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof and face in the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Ah! That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite one on the victim and his attacker were sitting are obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting in that seat, it's quite possible these witnesses wouldn't have been able to have been completely unaware of it. Ah!
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. Well, we can't really say for certain who this other person is. I honestly have no idea. But actually, wait, hold on. If that was the case, then... Actually, I might have an idea. My lord, the defense would like to put forward a name. More wine. You are a fool. I know. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Thank you. I lift my coffee cup up to you again. Smack! This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn this trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat on the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was... Mr. McGilded himself!
Take that!
The passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witnesses on the roof failed to see has to have been Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? That's the name of the defendant! No, it's not, my lord.
Objection!
Oh. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollow chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. That was aggressive. That was very aggressive, sir. Lord Van Zeeks. People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having learning and culture of their own. But I say they use the terms ill-advisely. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case has been built. But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What a good sister see, counsel. The defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claim that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Objection!
The point is, thank you for interrupting me, mister. Even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of the event is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. If it was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify, and the victim's blood was on the passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary! Oh, goodness me! Ordar! 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 Ordar. What exactly are you...
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjure. The witnesses have clearly said they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats, and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things. And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused Mr. McGilded would have undoubtedly have offered to dispose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing that even more preposterous explanation? That the accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin which he traveled? Ah! Well, that's not what I'm going to propose, but it's something along those lines in a sense. He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. Order! There's clearly a simple situation to this problem, or solution. Bringing the accused Mr. McGilded to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? On what grounds do you object? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there was some reason he was unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure that he will have been most words I can't speak. Whatever, moving on. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not? Well, I mean, because at one point this could be good for us or this could be bad, so, you know what, shoot, let's go. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I'd like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. Get the man out here, I say! It would be utterly illogical to not hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say? Oh yes, that would be lovely. I love this grandma. She's so sweet. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. He immediately just stopped. He's like, I need some time to think about this. Everyone else said, now bring him out. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of today? To be sure I have, my lord. There are now two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin, as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal the fact from the police? Begad, no! 'Tis not my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the question, please. Van Zieks is sick of us right now. He's sick of all of this. He's like, can you please just shut up and say what you need to say? The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous or keep my mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded? The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. Is true? Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You! What? So Mr. McGilded let out our third party. Good job, my man. No, Magnus McGilded. That convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry I am, Lord Van Zieks. I'm sure you'd be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known that the wee one was in there, they'd have assumed that she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into the courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easy damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw it before.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution's calls for the witness's statement to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in the courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? What? Oh, shoot! Ah, smoke! Smoke! There's a fire! Oh, God! Well, we're all gonna die. Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face! Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. Well, we almost just died. We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the courtroom. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, this trial was suspended. And we leave off on a cliffhanger. Goodness me. So, first we got smoke filling up the place. Jeez. Let's save. We're on the trial part 3 already. We already skipped over part 2, surprisingly, and we also skipped over part 1, apparently. This is the final part. This might be my shortest stream so far, since my other streams are 5 hours long. Jeez. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo, I managed to find out what happened. Mrs. Sato, I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? It sounded like that sort of thing ninjas use. You're making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start up again. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. A young girl? Then, could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilded was talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with a young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night and a fare of 5 pence each. That comes out to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems there are in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. Oh, she's right. That is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in right away. At least the officers here are a lot nicer than the ones in Japan. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Miss Usato. Yes. And there's our little lady, as well as Mr. McGilded. Hello. There's the young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after the rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks. My lord. I believe you have established the cause of smoke which veiled proceedings earlier? It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, of the sort of type employed by the army. Good gracious! The army? What in the devil's name? Good. It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. And now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such a pandemonium here in my courtroom? Ah, she doesn't seem to be a talker. What's the meaning of this deplorable behavior? Ahem, if I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. McGilded? I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why is it the wee lass here is here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that? 'Tis all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilded. Give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what did happen on that night? Yeah, what's going on? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. So, the young girl. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fellow collapsed on the floor, at me feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Then I tried to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. I made somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather, on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding the omnibus, is that correct? 'Tis exactly as the defense counsel said. This lass was the fifth passenger, my lord. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. Reynosuke, that face that you make is like the best thing ever. Goodness me. Okay, guys, we're gonna take a pause real quick because I need to go get some water because I am parched. Stay hydrated, people. Stay hydrated. Okay, guys, we have returned, or I have returned, after having a nice drink of some water. Stay hydrated. Always remember that. Even if you're not thirsty, go drink something. On the night in question, I took the back seat. Okay, then... Oh, well, let me press this.
Hold it!
You never know what might happen. And when you first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was none on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, as it were. I see. Aye, and that's why I took the back seat. The backside I did. It is the most comfortable spot, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means. It is how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite, in the which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, it is the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well.
Hold it!
My Irish accent probably sucks, and I apologize for anybody who has to listen to me. I deeply apologize. A loud thud, you say, and a scream? Aye, that's right. How could I explain it? 'Twas like the sound of someone fallen to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling on the floor having been stabbed? Well, now, you remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me up, I opened my eyes. There wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage, but the fellow on the floor. You didn't see anyone? But at the same moment, you did hear a scream? Ah, from the seat above you on the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, no, my lord. It was from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes. There was a fella collapsed on the floor. Yep, shut up so I can start talking about something else.
Hold it!
You sat him up? The victim, you mean? That I did. On the seat across from me, I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man lying on the floor now, would ya? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. I found that a little hard to believe. I mean, same here. I don't trust this Willy Wonka wannabe. Really don't. Oh, well. Oh man, if Yami was here, this is, I don't know. Lord Van Zyx. Now why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the captain. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I am in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at an exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting that you're just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no! I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only I had a mind. Only I had a mind to find out Weiss and Werforce first. The Weiss and Werforce? I don't even know how to pronounce that normally. Please. Right you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yes. The scream, he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from. And bless my soul, what did I find?
Hold it!
Yeah, what did you find? Tell me. Do tell me more. I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. And so I did, sir. So I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well now, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Good gracious! Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I had been sitting, I found there was a wee cubby hole there for storage. Mr. Naruto, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course. The whole bus was admitted as evidence. This will be a very good time to have a thorough look around the inside. Well, let's go see that cubby hole once again. Yep, weird to know. Get inside. I'm not going to read this every single time. Excuse me, where did this come from? That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, his bloodstain's so obvious, that's all. And yet, Van Zyx has made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? I got a bad feeling about it too. Look at the ceiling, look at the ceiling. Okay. But what I really want to know is what's up with this? What's up with that? Oh, the stuff is gone. This is a storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is. All the dude's stuff is gone. Where's his stuff? His stuff is gone! No! Oh, Beppo, all your stuff is gone. Sorry, friend. And that's when I found her. There was a child in there, all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. You say she was hiding herself? Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball when our eyes met. Well, my heart nearly stopped beating out of me chest. You're really overacting this. Yep. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin wag with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. Exactly! You sat a 15-year-old child next to a dead corpse? Or, well, technically a corpse in general. That's just messed up. Why would you not just, like, tell her, hey, I know this might seem a little weird, but would you mind just sitting next to me? Make her sit next to you! Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fella's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and gentleman with a knife at his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not in fact see you at all, Mr. McGilden. What they believed to be you and the victim was in fact this girl and the late Mr. Mason? Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat in the back of the carriage out of sight. It's certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and rather confused perhaps with this young girl. After that, of course, with the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horse. Thank you, I've heard enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She is a changer, or a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly known as a pickpocket. What? This girl here? A petty thief? Order! Order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Oh, shoot, she's got a gun! Ah! How dare you! What is the meaning of this? Ah! The girl! She's gone! Open your eyes. I'm over here! Good gracious! How? What's the point of that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She's got herself back into a corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on! That's what's in your heads, ain't it? No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast... Ah! My eyes! Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do are these fingers. That's a pretty interesting coin technique. I like it. I wish I can do that. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Also, another cute little thing. I love Gina's theme. Her theme that's playing right now, just let me be quiet so you guys can hear this. Yep, this whole theme, I love that. The one thing that this game has going for it, aside from all the other amazing things like the graphics and everything, the music is amazing. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs. Oh, this? Yeah, this was in a bag I lifted the other day, down where they keep the four-wheeled drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink best. Oh, don't wave that thing in my direction again. So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question. Tis alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now. Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said. court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness to this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. Also, let's just look over some of these people that we have here. Van Zieks is only 32? Jeez. Thrice Fired Mason, Beppo was 62, Bruce Fairplay, 34, Lady First. Nah, I love it. Gina's 17? But it said that she was 15. Unless did I read that wrong? Am I just dumb? Am I dumb? Is that what we're getting at here? Is that I'm just stupid? You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Alright, if I have to. So, witness testimony with Gina and Mr. McGilded. Let's see. What the girl saw. So I stuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I tell you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then, after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of me skin, I did. And the scream just came out. It's because of this swell found me. He did help me get away in mine. He let you go? I fail to understand why you would let the street urchin go, Mr. McGilded. Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I sat that night, and the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume. Yep, right underneath there. Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of that girl's small stature. Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there, because I'd parked myself on the seat for the duration. So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined, when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized that your action would result in your own innocence being called into question. That's just the sad reality of people and law. If you do something nice for other people sometimes, it's gonna sometimes go back in your face. Like, what Mr. McGilded did was a nice thing, letting her go, because he knows that she's technically not guilty. But he also should have probably been smart knowing that, oh, well, wait, if she's not guilty and I'm not guilty, then who is guilty? Not at all, my lord. Not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord! This fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. Oh my god! With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Holy! Full innocence! Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty? Mr. Naruhodo, this must mean... It must mean what? we're victorious. We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
Oh my God! Thus, if the sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray do forgive the discourtesy. Senpai! Okay, I'm sorry, but now that was attractive. Every single time he does this, it just, pray forgive the discourtesy of me fangirling. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's last statement gives us a clear insight to his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment of the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good Lord! The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilder's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? Well, we're not done yet, folks. Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the wow, lots of things. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtlessly you examined it in fine detail as any self-respecting practitioner of law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the under-seat compartment to be? Well, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear these things up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. This is not an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? Actually, no, I don't. I don't want to speak on this. Let the two of these men fight things out themselves. I don't want to be like the tiebreaker. How am I supposed to answer? You're supposed to tell the truth. What can I say about the state of that compartment? It wasn't empty. I know that it wasn't empty. It wasn't empty. It wasn't empty at all. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as a counsel for the defense, but as far as I remember at least, when I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there were a number of articles inside it. Yes. Are you sure, counsel? Be whist! What are you saying now, you daft daw? I thought you were on my side here. Well, I'm telling the truth. If I'm on your side or not, I'm gonna tell the truth. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? Sweetheart, listen. Senpai, listen to me. The truth. That's what you're going off of. You believe in the truth. I believe in the truth. We all believe in the truth. I'm going to tell the truth. Oh, take a deep breath. As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. 'Tis not altogether pleasant, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilden. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interest here, lad. Now then. A fellow's memory is a curious thing, and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That their cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken? Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here? Because it's not! I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. Gulp. Drink. A compartment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The Guild's rules state that the omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times, so certainly it wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That mundane fleecer and the pick purse are lying! Well, here we go. Ah! I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, the lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick! Of course it's a trick! Oh, well, this is great. We're going backwards now, guys. Quite so. I must concur here. Oh, well, the scales are even now. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of this outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. Yep, the man is at work. Alright, so what the girl saw, let's see. Hold it! You know, I'm kind of curious about what you had to say, girl. When Mr. McGilda discovered you, he pulled you out from the hiding place? I was scared stiff. I was. He dragged me out and sat me down on the seat and all. Oh. 1 second, everybody. Hold on 1 second. Alright, I have returned. My apologies. Just dealing with a little family stuff. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, the bloke had a knife in its guts. He was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit, and he ended up falling onto me. Ugh, how awful. Yeah, that sounds terrible. The carriage moved a little bit, and the body fell on you. Nope. Just imagine that. You're sitting next to a dead man, and then all of a sudden his body just leans on you, just like, while it's still bleeding too. Okay, enough. Both me and my hands got covered in its blood. It made me feel sick as a dog. Both our hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passenger saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilda for a while, is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know my name and what I was up to and that. Then I heard something from above. Someone screamed. Yep, Mr. First. Oh, somebody's playing Animal Crossing. I was just playing Animal Crossing a little while ago, but that's not important. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. Well, I didn't want no one to see me face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn up smartish, and this here Irishman says to me, Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later. Yeah, for one brief shining moment, all was fine. But now we gotta do it all again. Yay! I'm sure we would cinch the verdict if we want. Yep, you're right. Something's bothering me. So something's bothering him. You can't see anything? Oh, I probably should have pressed on that first. You can't see anything. What's up? You couldn't see out in the cabin at all? Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up and weave me ahead and look out of the crack. Then I can have a butcher's who I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time, the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek, I see? The truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown out in a sling. What you smirking for, boy?
Excuse me.
What you smirking for? Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Counsel? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps? You seem to be thinking something of yourself. Oh, no, 'twas nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. It was terrifying, so it was. I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. That's a true statement for me and for him. I don't care what anybody says. The dark is a terrifying place. Especially if you're running up the stairs trying to get out of a dark room. You bolt like there is no tomorrow, straight to your room, into the light, into the niceness. And I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade, did you hear something that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Bejabbers! There's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Mr. Strahd had heard something that might have given us a vital new clue. Yes. What should we make of that last statement of hers? It's important. I believe that's important. My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is the profoundly important part. I'm almost sure of it. You're almost sure of it, or you are sure of it? I'm almost sure I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern mind, Counsel. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please. What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do, but it won't work on me. That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move, yep. If things aren't going in your favor, you insult the judge until it does. All you gotta say is, man, you suck at being a judge. I was straining my ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring. Sweetheart, did you not hear the door open? That's what I have to say. Maybe she just didn't hear the door open? She didn't hear anybody else get on? So you were straining to hear what was happening in the entire time since the moment you heard yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion up and have a butcher's. and have a butcher's to see what was what. But then, when I saw the swell getting on, I got me head down so he didn't notice me. And Mr. McGill had sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah. Would you Adam and Eve it? Would you Adam and Eve it? I've never heard that. Would you Adam and Eve it? Eh? What a mug. So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving these pigs to the market. Snoring like an old dog, he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? It doesn't add up at all. Miss Lestrade, what you've just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. Huh? At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nepalese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Van Zieks realized it too. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name, at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate the alleged contradiction to the court. Double smack! Again. Well, she should have actually heard a person. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. She should have heard Mr. Mason get on, since Mr. McGilded was the first person on the bus. Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Yep, she should have heard Mason get on. Order! Order! Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus, is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person on board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded. That it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least, not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purpose, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus that time? Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own, for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time, did you not hear the door open or close at all? No, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for the swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Ah! We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statements about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Ah! Yep, so she should have heard Mason get on. Yes, this petty thief's statements are clearly flawed. Lord Van Zieks! Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency with Miss Lestrade's statement. Oh, he's laughing. It would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What you talking about? What you talking about, honey? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. Oh, Gina. He's dead, right? How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? It makes no sense whatsoever. The girl's a pickpocket, let's not forget that. Oh no! Granny, no! Granny! Granny, why? Ah! She didn't even say anything! I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she had some rather naughty ways, but I must say, I can't abide liars. And neither can I. Mr. Foreman! I didn't want to judge the girl because she has some less than celebrous ways, but I must say, I cannot abide liars. Ah, dang it! We were so close! No! Ugh! Mr. Naruhodo, that's 5 members leaning towards guilty. Yay, for more wine! Well, her consideration for others is refreshing, Nibbity's friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Delicious. Yes, very refreshing. Ah! Why? What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for? You useless Eastern admin? And this is carnage. It's perfect. Good sir, can you please stop licking that knife? Juror number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going, I know. If we can't find some new way to convince everyone that Mr. McGilld's innocence, then the judge will rule, and we'll have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service work know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on the whole case. What are you saying, counsel? Counsel? I'm sorry, sir? Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prolong my verdict. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief were so to believe, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabinet of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the omnibus. There's another entrance. Let's go with that. If the door wasn't open even once, then the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabinet some other way.
Objection!
I wonder what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all of us to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabinet is furnished with a door. The other one has windows. Fixed windows, which cannot be opened. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than that door.
Objection!
But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, one other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening, the use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. All right, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. The omnibus? Where on earth was his entrance? You know what? It's the frickin' skylight.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It could only have been the skylight. I say, the skylight?
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal has almost had me at a loss for words. However,
Objection!
shut up, I'm not done. The skylight may well enough be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim. But do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle brain theory? Well, let me go check the omnibus just in case there is. Let me get up there. Hey. There's a latch. Latch. But there's wait, but the latch. Are you not gonna talk about the latch? What? Naruhodo, are you really not gonna talk about the latch that's right there? There's a latch. Naruhodo, why? Okay. They each claim to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained. It sounded the victim falling from a seat, having been assaulted with a dagger. Yes, it has, but when a man slipping from the seat of the floor really made such a loud noise as the witnesses described, a noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact? Good gracious! Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment the victim made his entrance to the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim did not enter the cabin as such. He fell.
Objection!
You're not suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin? That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, and the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but, Huh? Might a humble fellow make a wee comment here? Mr. McGilded? To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much of a case of them not saying, but... Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellows do be having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Wouldn't you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof? You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were... Ah! Oh! Hold it! Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? You rotter, he said. You rotter! What are you insinuating? What is this dance? What is this angry stance that you're taking? Doesn't he look like those characters from old Disney cartoons and old black and white cartoons? And why is he making the sound of a galloping horse? This is a flaming outrage! I have a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. Mr. Fairplay, you're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman, a well-respected banker, and me, a very angry hatter, suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. It's num 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 num. I protest. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right. I protest too. About you, you rotten scoundrel. Also, I love Van Zeke's little sassy pose. I love it. Ordar! 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 This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Zeeks. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witness with and without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimidated their criminal guilt. In our British court of law, that's what's termed as a baseless accusation. That's not what I was doing, but okay, fine. You can't just dismiss it without a second, though. Exactly. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify! I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. There's filth and rubbish in our midst. We must dispose of it at once. Testify, testify, testify. This is a bad time to be doing that, but I'm sorry. Yep, they are losing. Mr. Fair Play, Mr. First. My lord. You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the... yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Keep moving forward. Keep moving forward. Sorry. Alright, refuting the accusation. We were the only two people up on that roof, dead or alive. I can swear on that. If anything happened when we were sitting, don't you think one of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. Again, this stance is amazing. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I must say that, on listening to this testimony, it sounds somewhat hard to imagine. Shush, Your Honor. Shush that glorious, beautiful beard of yours. And just hear me out. Either the witnesses could have performed any malevolent act on this open roof deck without the other noticing forthwith. That's right. See? We're innocent, I tell you. I wasn't really accusing you guys of being guilty, but fine. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with each other. What? Eh? According to the investigation by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common detailing. Huh. Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. Miss Rianose, you kind of already said that like 3 times. Something doesn't seem right. Tell me then. Tell the player what doesn't seem right. Stop being so... Yeah. This trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy? Because you know that something's wrong and you need to fix it. So shush and get to work. Counsel for the defense. Over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. Okay, well, let's listen to these guys. I swear to that, anything that happened while we were sitting would have hurt. That is a true thing, though. That is one thing that we can't really dismiss. Is that if something did happen, then they would have heard about it. You know what?
Hold it!
That's another thing that in every Ace Attorney game they're going to ask you about, which is motive. So let's talk about that. You never met Thrice Fired Mason before. Oh, no! Not once. Never. You never met the man before, he said. Never. And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either? That's right, sir. I just don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest. Wait a minute, but if you made the hat on your head, it kind of almost looks like his hat, if you think about it. Well, if you say so. No, I imagine not. You see? How many different ways can I put this? Neither of us had the remote.
Well, no.
Oh? What's wrong?
Excuse me.
Something wrong, Magnus? Yes, counsel? What can I be doing you for? Did the witness's last statement give you a pause for thought somehow? Not the remote's connection. Is that right now? I wonder. What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay. It has been too long, so it has. Eh? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe it is fast approaching now, is it? Your repayment date? Oh, well, you're gonna lose your life too, guy. I beg your pardon. You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At an consensual rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion. Well now, is that a touch of begrudgery? Is it the sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fellow to pass his crimes off to another? Ah! Nom 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 nom. And young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want with me? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding about your head. Is that one of your own creations, is it? Oh, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand. I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. The perfect fit, is it? Well, it's a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They're like a distinctive touch. Customers, such as Thrice Fired Mason. Ah! There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence. Before, my lord. Oh, this you mean? I can't help thinking that the poor fellow's hat looks distinctly familiar. Wouldn't you say? Like I said, that hat looks like Mr. First's work. Did you make that? Oh! That's one of my hats. Aye, that it is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. The sort of customer I'd wager you could have had a wee quarrel with over distinctiveness of the goods. Oh, no, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellows here, the remotest connection to the victim, haven't had the remotest connection to the victims, you see? I rest my case. Nom 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 nom. You little weasel. Ugh! He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGilton has been through his research, hasn't he? Please, don't let my little interruption hold up the proceedings.
Hold it!
And now I'm also curious about that skylight because I saw that there was a latch on it. I saw there was a latch on that thing. I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. That's a statement. I'm going to lose my block with you. My block. He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute. That's what he said. That's not what he said, but okay, sure. Take a look for yourself. Go on. See? It It's shut fast now, just like it was on that night. So it is, of course. A fella the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through. It's still and all. What? Isn't it at the size of the ting? You understand? Ah! Now you hold on a minute there, sir. The size of the ting, it doesn't mean nothing. None on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? Yeah, exactly. Stop numbing on your cane. I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. Oh no, I shocked myself with it. That's not happening. That's an unexpected confession. Oh my god, that's not what you want to say in a court of law. Oh yeah, I broke wind extremely. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. I accidentally broke wind. Oh, I just meant to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see? But I just by luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. I bet it was. It came from you. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I was as red as a rogue. Or red as a rouge, I did. Rogue rouge. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be open. I tried.
Wait, that ain't...
Oh? Gina?
Excuse me.
Gina, what's up? Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade! It opens. The skylight. That's what we're talking about, right? Please don't shoot me! All them skylights open. Dead easy. More easily than you could load that weapon? That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, You can't do it from the inside, you mug. Oh. I still can't get over the fact that this man just admitted that he farted in a... That's amazing. How do you say that in court with like the straightest face and everybody's looking at you like, okay, is this important somehow? Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck on one of those drags, and I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out of my ears. Miss Lestrade, this is not afford him to be oh god, Gina, no. Well, anyways, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't opt off the bus and leg it. So what I did was I used the skylight, opened the catch and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch is full of skylights on the top side. That's why you can't open them in the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck. Bailiff! Climb up into the roof of the omnibus at once and verify the witness's claims. And there you go. Ah! Oh, my hat! See? My girl was swift with it, too. Order! 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 So, it appears the street girl's statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens. And from the roof deck! Mr. Naruhodo, this could be the clue we've been looking for. Yep, but before we do that, let's actually look at that from our point of view. Look at that. Open. Open, says Cameron. Ooh, that's nice. I'm sorry. Excuse... I don't like that. No, not that, Susat. Guys, that's blood. That is a bloody mess. Are you guys just gonna ignore the blood that I see? There is blood. There is blood. Wait, what if I look at it from inside? Will it let me look at it then? There's blood. I know what I saw, and I saw what I saw. Yeah, talk about that. Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone. Wide enough to kick someone like you through. Certainly, Mr. Naruto. Why someone like me? Ah! Oh, what is it? Look, just here. Look at this. That's without a question. It's blood. Why would there be a blood stain here? Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? There's blood. So the skylight opens. Let's see. I'm sure because there's some
Objection!
blood on that bus. On the 9th question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? That's utter humbug. Ugh, you can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof? Here, in this courtroom? Yep, there's irrefutable proof, good sir. And I shall show you said proof. My lord, I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here. Where exactly within the omnibus is the evidence to which you allude? You'll point out what it is. So we get to point out, so if we look up, turn around a little bit, spinny diddly diddly, and right
Got
there.
it!
By Jupiter! Is that blood? Ah! This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my! And so it follows that Mr. McGilted, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. No! Yep, we figured it out. Order! Order!
Hold it!
But, no buts except yours. But the blood could have been sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. And only found its way onto that one particular spot of the skylight? Surely that would be very inconvenient. And let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't be able to open it now, wouldn't I? But, there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? 'Tis all too plain, if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fellow dropped from a fair height, right there, so it is. What? No! But it can't be! It's all... lies! My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So, they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? Dang, my girl is typing fast! Speed fingers over here! I won't tolerate any of the carriages being sold with blood. I won't tolerate it! Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing. On three then, everyone. 1, 2, 3!
Objection!
Nope. A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh? And what would you be referring to there, Lord Van Zeeks? A blood stain from the frame of the skylight? Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. A smear of blood never existed.
Objection!
What are you talking about? It's there for all to see. It's clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute certainty, no such smear of blood existed in that carriage. At least, not until this trial began. But, are you suggesting, Lord Van Zeeks, that the stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while the court has been in session... What? Fabricated evidence in an Ace Attorney game? Never heard of it! What a pavler. I must say, I didn't expect such a crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Van Zeeks. But I'm Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take too kindly to slander, and I'll fight to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded. I realize that this is your first appearance at a court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case that you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? Pour that wine. When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however, ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. A toast to your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Tut-tut, Lord Van Zeeks. This will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? Oh, no! Not at all! I think it's fair to say that this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? But, if used with all your cast... Well, then, if used with that words, wow, I can't speak. Is it not true the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood without the world and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, counsel? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. Great! You better be lucky that you're attractive. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during the trial? If you're asking me, I think, yes, somebody could have done it. I believe that it's possible. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. The truth! Truth! There's no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh! Good gracious! Explain yourself, counsel. I will. I will definitely explain. Yes, there it is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. Smoke! Don't breathe in the air! The courtroom was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Are you wise? What are ye trying to pull? Ye rotten, feckless gouger! Feckless? Gouger? You're supposed to be defending me! 'Tis a wicked plot! 'Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think it is changes nothing. And the facts are still the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized into relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as, to start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. Yep, that thing got emptied. So somebody here has been trying to fabricate stuff for Mr. McGilded, or Mr. McGilded did it himself. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord Van Zieks, no one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty that the evidence of this evidence is a result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord, no doubt there was a single person who saw fit to various things. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? Actually, yes, there is. There's one unusual thing that we haven't yet talked about. My lord? Yes, counsel? There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare betray me, you little maggot, you'd better start watching your back.
Objection!
Threatening me ain't gonna do much for you. Silence, McGilded. The court awaits the defense's clarification. The trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what the truth and what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. Where exactly is this alleged mark? Well, it's actually the mark on the floor, because I examined the floor earlier and this wasn't even here.
Got it!
Oh, somebody's playing Animal Crossing, yay. If we consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this blood stain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good lord! Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Well said. Although, as an advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. Deep breath. I believe that the bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But the question is whether or not the evidence is genuine, or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone. I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. 'Cause I stand for the truth, dang it! The truth! Ah! Uh-oh. This trial is over. Mr. McGilded? I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but 'tis all over now. Wait, but you're the defendant. 'Tis over, I tell ye! You look terrifying, good man. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw. 'Tis all nonsense. Facts are what count, and the fact is that bloodstain is there, now. Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper de Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I thought better of Lord Van Zeeks. Well, my lord? I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollection of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence. And in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter. I shall proceed to my verdict. As formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilty will be found not guilty. Yes. Which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome? No, it's not. Mr. McGill is hiding. Is it really okay for the trial to come to an end now with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense, your choosing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes that this defendant could be guilty because I don't care. I don't care. You're evil. I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defense's innocence. What are you saying, man? Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he's innocent either. Good gracious me! Yep, I'm gonna tell the truth. I don't believe that Mr. Willy Wonka down there was innocent. Order! This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused innocent into question? Are you sound of mind? Yep, I'm fine. Oh god, you look even uglier when you smile. Oh, 'twas a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer. So it was, a grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect quite an exciting spectacle at the end here. But still, here, have this for your troubles. Ah! Your job here is done, fella. And some fine work you've done, so you have. Well, what do you mean? 'Tis just as the right honorable gentleman so succinctly put it, therefore. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality. I really don't know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming at any unsightly rubbish that should be disposed of promptly, I said. The stinking rich are always guilty of something. You... mark my words! I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted the lovely man who gave us that lovely park. Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. I thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
Objection!
Your Honor, no! But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. Exactly. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Exactly, Lord Van Zieks. My lord. The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such disgraceful perversions of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies.
Objection!
Hey, he's got nothing to do with it! Wait! When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Van Zieks ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid that the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair! Well, this trial just ended in the most evilest way possible. How dare they accuse Mr. Van Zieks of doing what he did? How dare you? I should have all of you hung. I dropped my Joy-Con in anger. What? Well, Lord Van Zieks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Do you mean to tell me that this has all been a grand waste of time? 'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to challenge the law. Magnus McGilden. Good grief! You've more to say to me, have you? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. Oh, he's gonna get revenge. And I hope that you do, sweetheart. I hope that you do. Well, something to be looking forward to then. This man is so ugly. I'm sorry, but he's so ugly. Ugh. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Magnus McGilden, not guilty. There's fireworks too? Oh my god. No. I can't believe it. This is an outrage. They should have examined the evidence more. What are you talking about? The man's been cleared. He's innocent. And so this trial ended again in the evilest way possible. With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict, and my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end. With the defendant being found not guilty, instability of victory for us. I don't feel good about this at all. I feel like garbage. That certainly was a long trial, you think? It's been 4 hours now, Sato. Ah, yes, it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Mr. Sato, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. Yeah, you should, but don't at the same time. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't this wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain the verdict that extorts the defense. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. I don't like you at all. Mr. McGilden. Ah, and that girl's with him too. Well, it seems that the stories are true. Oh? What stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they'd be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sorry you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yeah, definitely. I really want to punch you directly in the nose. I heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I have you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there a free man, then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, are you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong, and 'tis the water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilman, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do an odious and an absent deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now, the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out the wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I have absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with the taxes I pay. It's not that funny. So then, as we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I could possibly accept that much. Ah, be whist. You're a humble person. You're a humble people, are you, from the East? Well, if you insist. But have this, still and all. You deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. Sorry? What inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be there, if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? After the trial? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fairly well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure meeting you. How do we have a whale of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain? Bye, Willy Wonka. And there he goes, a free man. Hi, Gina. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Don't move. Whereas I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry? And I ate all grown-ups. Ah, there you are. Oh, little tiny child. Naughty, running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl? And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh shoot, she's got a bigger gun. Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me. This little girl has a gun. Oh my god. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke rays are so dull, don't you agree? White, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though, at all? I just took my eyes off it for a moment whilst I was changing into a different omnibus, and she picked me there. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraph beacon. What's it? I don't know what this girl's talking about. Neither do I, but I love it. Anyway, you're coming with me now. Back to my laboratory. What? What for? To apologize, of course, silly. For my technician. Or to my technician. What? You mean, say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? I don't listen to no adults. Gina, you better listen before she shoots you. Come along then. Follow me. She's gonna shoot you if you don't go with her. Fine. Have it your way. Oh, good. You see? I knew you wanted to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that what she wants is not get shot by your massive gun. Exactly! Well, we'll be leaving now. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. Oh, bye, sweetie. She was a lively one. Yep, she was. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now, too? Yes, you're right. But where to? Oh! We haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner did we arrive in London than we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning on to spend today in search of lodgings, but at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we might be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to the worst, I heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking about McGilded Park. I know it may be a little chilly this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as a normal one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room, warm mansion. It probably would have. Should have taken that money, my guy. Even though I wouldn't take the money either. To be wholeheartedly honest, I wouldn't have taken that money at all. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned, the case was far from over. Why do you say that?
What's going on?
What?
Get the fire brigade!
The bus!
Water, quick!
Not the bus!
What the? How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
Oh my
No
God!
one was
The bus is
supposed
on
to be
fire.
allowed in here before we started investigating.
Someone's in there! Oh no!
Oh, good God.
There's someone in there.
Oh. Oh. This can't be.
Oh my God. There was somebody in that burning bus. Oh, well, they're dead now. Oh, God. And that's the end. That's a pretty hard cliffhanger I have to leave you guys off on. But that case is done and over with. So our next case we have is called The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. I gotta say, that was amazing, though. So as we've seen, we got to meet Mr. McGilded, we got to go to Britain for the first time, and we got to prove that we are an established lawyer. So, I believe that this is where I shall call this the end. Thank you so much for joining me, and goodness gracious. Woo! I'm still kind of shook by that there was somebody in there. But I have to say, this has been amazing. Well then, guys, you take care. I'll see you guys next time. Have a good day. Go drink some water. Go eat some food. And I will see you guys for the next stream. This is Angel Rose, signing out. I wish that was my outro, but no, it's not. Okay, bye. I'm sorry, guys. Bye. Stop talking, Cameron.